Good morning, everybody. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order. I would like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Addis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
And Donald Smack.
Present.
We do have a quorum. Can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the board meeting agenda to add in a discussion with the board members, or just an update as far as what happened with the county commissioners at their budget work session last week.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Addis to add an update to what happened in our budget hearing with the county commissioners last week. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that will be added to the agenda. Now can I have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda with the amendment and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now moving forward, we need a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month, Section 3-305B to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matters which affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B7 to consult with counsel, and Section 3-305B10 to discuss school safety. Can I have a motion to enter in today's closed session and a second, please?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Addis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. As we reconvene this Board of Education meeting today, I want everyone to know that we still have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to the general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve of previous closed session minutes and discuss personnel matters and to consult with legal counsel and discuss school safety. I'd like to ask Reverend Andrew Cropper from All Hallows Episcopal Church in Snow Hill to come forward. He will lead us in the invocation today, and I will ask everyone to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God of all wisdom, we praise you for gifting us with curiosity and learning. Give to all students, teachers, and school administrators of Worcester County Public Schools a clear sense of your love and wisdom. May they feel your presence throughout the remainder of this school year and guide their choices, their quest for knowledge, and grant that those who teach and those who learn may find you to be the source of all truth. Use their successes and failures as opportunities to grow in understanding of who you would have them to be, and continue to shape them that they may walk in the way of Christ and grow strong in Spirit's love for all people, and to know the complete joy of life in you. In the name of Christ, our great teacher, we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend Cropper, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate the prayer, and if you would like to stay with us, we'd love to have you. Thank you. And now I'll turn it over, before I do that, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the open session board minutes from March 19th, 2024.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Buchanan. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to our superintendent for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I find it hard to believe that we have less than 2 months till the end of the school year. What an incredible fast year it's been. But this month I want to touch on just a few recognitions we have coming up. In late April and early May, we are gearing up to recognize 3 remarkable groups of people. First, we will celebrate our administrative assistants on National Administrative Professionals Day on Wednesday, April 24th. And then School Nurse Day is Wednesday, May 8th. These often unsung heroes of our schools and offices are really where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. They are the friendly faces that greet our students, staff, and visitors in our schools each day, setting the tone for each school and office they occupy. They wear many hats. They are the ultimate multitaskers, and they keep our school system running as smoothly and successfully as it does. Our school nurses take it a step further as they ensure our students remain healthy and happy throughout their learning process. They are invaluable resources, and we are so fortunate and blessed here in Worcester County to have them in our schools each and every day. And our last group, I'm just as excited to celebrate the first full week of May, as we will honor in just a few minutes, is Teacher of the Week, Teacher Appreciation Week. And Beth Shockley Lynch, I'm going to pause in my notes and say thank you for your leadership of our teaching corps out there in Worcester County. They are the best, and all of you just do a fantastic job. Following last month's board meeting, we held the 37th annual Teacher of the Year celebration. We were excited to celebrate not only the teacher candidates vying for the title, but all teachers here in Worcester County and the teaching profession in general. That night, we honored 14 amazing candidates from each of our schools who represent the best in education today, and they truly do represent the very best. In speaking with the candidates and others in attendance that night, I sit before you today confident in the abilities of our teachers to engage and inspire our young people to achieve their dreams. No one encapsulated the spirit quite like our newly minted 2024 Teacher of the Year, Stephen Decatur Middle School's Gabrielle Remington. I have to pause there. I have to remind her I was her high school principal, so she learned something. but what an incredible winner we have for this year. Her words, her demeanor, and the love she expressed for the incredible work she does to inspire our young people to embrace literacy are clear reminders of why she was chosen to represent Worcester County Public Schools and move on to the state level. All of our people, from our teachers to our nurses to our administration and support staff, and the list goes on and on and on, are an inspiration. And I know that the whole community echoes the sentiment that we are proud, extremely proud, of this Worcester County group of what we call our family. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And I'd like to welcome our 2023-2024 student representatives who are joining us today to provide their monthly updates from the school, their high schools, and I believe this month we are starting with Delea Holland from Stephen Decatur High School. So Delea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. April showers bring busy times at Stephen Decatur High School as our celebrations, special events, extracurricular activities, sports, and testing all heat up. Looking back, SDHS has a lot to celebrate. First, we were delighted to host another successful job fair where over 40 local businesses offered exciting opportunities to our Worcester students. We also inducted 91 new members into the National Honor Society on April 4th, and we inducted 30 new members into the Mu Alpha Theta Math Honor Society a week later. Congratulations are in order for senior Delea Holland, who was honored yesterday as the DAR Good Citizen. Thank you. And we are happy to report that we have 2 Carson Scholar honorees this year, Brooke Berquist and Addison McDaniel. We are also thankful to the Ocean City Berlin Optimists, who recognized several of our student artists and writers this past March and presented them with monetary awards. In the world of our daily operations, our guidance department teamed up with Warwick Community College to begin scheduling for next year, and Salisbury University was in the house again to welcome all of our senior commits and to present a scholarship to senior Brooke Delahanty. Additionally, our school is in the midst of a major drive for Believe in Tomorrow, and it has assembled dozens of boxes filled with beach supplies for children stricken with life-threatening illnesses. As usual, our after-school academy is busy with tutorial, AP prep, and enrichment programs. And last but not least, our theater program is currently busy preparing for the annual Shakespeare Under the Stars production of Measure for Measure later in May. Looking ahead, on April 30th, we are beyond excited to recognize our We Excel honorees along with SDHS alum Dr. Susan Vickers, who will serve as our guest speaker. Also looking ahead, we are anticipating nearly 600 prom guests at the Ronald E. Powell Convention Center on May 11th. Meanwhile, in the testing world, we are getting ready to administer 363 advanced placement examinations in 21 different areas to 242 students. This is in addition to the hundreds of MCAP assessments and final exams. Finally, in the sports world, we are looking forward to our spring signing ceremony on May 8th, and we are excited to see what our 200-plus 50 athletes will be able to accomplish in the postseason. In closing, we'd like to publicly thank the many surrounding businesses and organizations who are donating time, food, prizes, and funding to our After Prom Committee. And as always, we'd like to thank our central office leaders and our Board of Education members for your continued support and wish everyone warm spirits as warmer days are ahead. Thank you. Now I will be reading the Worcester Tech Board Notes. Last week, we held our final parent conference night of the year, and again, we had nearly 200 parent contacts. Both Skills USA and FFA traveled to Westminster this past weekend for state competitions. The results should be in soon as to who qualified for nationals. We will let you know in May. We are so proud of Mrs. Caitlin Evans, who finished in the top 4 for the Teacher of the Year competition. She represented Worcester Tech so well. She and the other Snow Hill area Teachers of the Year will be recognized tomorrow night at the Snow Hill Rotary Club dinner. This Thursday, we'll be inducting over 500 students into our National Technical Honor Society. Finally, preparations continue for our annual signing day, which will take place on May 7th. Students who have already garnered employment will be honored. Right now, we have over 30 students who have secured jobs, but we expect that number to rise to around 50 when May 7th gets here. Now on to Tristan from Pocomoke.
Thank you, Dalia. In the last month, Pocomoke High School engaged in several student and community celebrations. Senior McKinley Ritchie received the DAR Good Citizen Award. McKinley is a member of our color guard, drill, and exhibition team, physical fitness team, academic team, and marksmanship team. She is also company first sergeant. We are so proud of her accomplishments. Additionally, Pocomoke cadets recently had the honor of presenting the colors at an Orioles game and the first all-female color guard presented at a recent Shorebirds game. In other news, our spring blood drive had wonderful attendance as we received record numbers of volunteers and donations. Our music department has made many accomplishments as well. All Shore Band had beautiful performances last week, and All Shore Chorus is preparing for the same. Pocomoke High School had or has several students involved in each event. Recently, we hosted a phenomenal career cafe, which is an event that focuses on multiple career clusters to allow our students to see what their futures can look like. We'd like to express our gratitude to the community partners that educated our students on their careers at this event. On the topic of community partners, students in 9th through 12th grade learned so much at the Mega Brain presentation, and we'd like to thank Mosaic Solutions, a wonderful partner, for bringing additional substance abuse awareness to Pocomoke High School. We would like to also thank our community partners and families that continue to donate beautiful prom attire that is offered to students for free. Our after-school academy offers fantastic opportunities, which include 4-H in partnership with UMES, a mentoring program through Worcester Connects titled Boys and Girls, and many academic offerings as well. We have over 20 students taking our driver's education course this month to maintain the safety of our roads, and our school counseling office is buzzing with college, career, and military commitments, as well as scholarship completion. The future is bright for the class of 2024 as their focus on post-secondary plans are unshakable, but the future is also bright for each class to come. Upcoming events include 4 Pocomoke High School students presenting on a panel at the Teachers of Promise Conference and prom on April 20th. We are very excited to celebrate Earth Day with awareness activities during Your 60. Pocomoke High School is also thrilled to host the Countywide Arts Festival on April 23rd, where we can showcase our students' artistic abilities. On May 6th, we are excited to celebrate students who have committed to the military at the first annual Worcester County Public Schools Military Commitment Celebration. As AP and MCAP testing approaches, we are hard at work preparing for the incredible results. On May 8th, we have our spring band and chorus concert and awards. On May 15th, we will celebrate student achievements at We Excel, and we will kick off our senior events with our senior walk at the elementary and middle school, dressed in caps and gowns on Friday, May 17th, as well as our senior car parade, taking the streets of Pocomoke at 6 p.m. that day. Each of our senior graduation photos will be displayed on Market Street to showcase our pride for the class of 2024. Finally, Pocomoke area schools would like to thank you all for continuing to focus on and rally around our amazing youth and our Board of Education for their support of our school communities and dedication to our outstanding school system. And now on to Colby Wallace with Snow Hill High School's report.
Thank you, Tristan. At Snow Hill High, April is packed with excitement. Our prom set for April 27th at the Snow Hill Fire Department promises to dazzle with a vibrant year of the Dragon theme. But before the big night, on April 25th, we are hosting our final Families and Schools Together Fast event, offering food, games, and chances for parents and students to connect with our staff. As we transition to May, the energy continues. State testing kicks off, and our theater students, led by Mr. Watson, will captivate audiences with Tracy Wells' One Stoplight Town from May 3rd to May 5th. Then on May 13th, we'll gather for the We Excel banquet at Snow Hill High. Snow Hill's very own Dr. Christina Welch will deliver a keynote address. We're especially proud to recognize our school's Bayside Scholar athletes, seniors Alexa Arnold and Logan Herney. Their accomplishments shine a spotlight on our school's dedication to excellence. Congratulations to both our outstanding students. But that's not all. Session 3 of After School Academy is now in full swing, with teachers offering assistance in every content area. Plus, we're thrilled to welcome our new community partner, Got Your Back Defense, providing a vital self-defense class for our female students. This innovative this innovative part of our commitment to student safety and well-being, as we believe every student should feel empowered and secure. This comes from a sobering statistic. 1 in 3 girls are assaulted by the age of 18. Looking ahead, Summer Academy registration is open for all rising 9th through 12th graders. We're offering support in reading and math, driver's education, mental health sessions, and environmental academy, and credit recovery. It's an opportunity for our students to thrive academically and personally all year round. Now over to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Colby, thank you. Treston, thank you. And Delia, thank you for taking the time out of your busy school schedule to bring us those very informative reports. We certainly appreciate it, and we look forward to, we know your next meeting will be your last meeting, unfortunately, but we look forward to seeing you and celebrating with you. Thank you. Now it's time to recognize anyone, members joining us today from the following organizations. Do we have anyone present from the WCTA? I think we do. Good afternoon, Beth. How about the WCSPA? Thank you, Ivory. Now Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Hi, Helen. How are you today? And now representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs. Anyone present with us today? Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And now it's time for student and staff and community recognition, and we'll be coming down there to hand out some awards.
Jess McInerney first.
Is Jess here with us today? Jess McInerney, coordinator of instruction?
Yeah. They're waiting on.
Okay, take Jess first.
Yeah.
Then we go down.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you. My name is Jess McInerney. I'm a coordinator of instruction, and I oversee the Maryland Page program. One senior each year is selected to be a page to the Maryland General Assembly. Student pages interact with state legislatures, see the chamber in session, and complete other civic duties. They also are eloquent in public speaking. This year, I am happy to recognize Abigail Videla for being Worcester County's nomination to the Maryland Page program. Abigail excels in AP and advanced courses at Stephen Decatur High School, and she is a leader in multiple national honor societies in multiple content areas. She previously worked as the youngest U.S. congressional intern in Congressman Andy Harris's office. This is the most exciting part. Abigail is going to be attending the University of Pennsylvania in the fall, and she will be studying philosophy, politics, and economics to prepare for a career in government. Please join me in congratulating Abigail Videla for being Worcester County's nomination for Maryland Page.
Next, we have our recognitions for winter sports, and it's my pleasure to yield to Mr. Sam Slacum and the athletic directors as we can recognize our deserving students.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to be here in front of you today. These 3 board meetings are 3 of the most enjoyable times that I get to come into this room a year as we recognize our incredible student athletes countywide. These students have excelled on the courts and in the pool this winter, and had some wonderful, wonderful achievements. But second to that is their academic achievement. All of these student athletes maintain high academic standards in order to maintain their eligibility. Most of them are looking to move on to college. These are some of our best and brightest in the county. So, without further ado, first up, on behalf of Pocomoke High School, Mr. Jody Stigler.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum. And the first thing I would like to thank the Board of Education and our executive team for your support of our student athletes at Pocomoke High School throughout this winter season. I had the great honor of introducing our terrific swim coaches from Pocomoke High School. We have Mrs. Redden and Mrs. Corbin, who are really a fantastic asset to all of our programs. And as Mr. Slacum said, they're not just great advocates for our student athletes in the athletic realm, but also in the academic realm, and that is evidenced by 100% of our swim team qualified for the Minds in Motion MPSSAA award this year. So we're very proud of that, and we're very thankful for their support both in the classroom, in the athletic realm, and also out in the community. So without further ado, our swim coaches.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. First off, I'd like to introduce Gavin Grace and Samantha Lambertson. Both of these swimmers make up our all Bayside team for Pocomoke High School swimming. And Gavin Grace also competed at the regional level and moved on to states and placed 14th in 200 free for states, and that's 1A, 2A, and 3A schools. And like Mr. Stigler says, they're both Minds in Motion participants or recipients and just all around great kids. Gavin is a sophomore, so I have him for 2 more years, and I am really looking forward to the next 2 years. And Samantha is a senior, and we wish her best of luck at University of South Carolina in the fall. And Samantha happens to be my daughter, for those who don't know. And Mr. Taylor's going to make me cry. But we are excited. Go Gamecocks in our household right now. So fantastic kids to have on a team. They really do bring us a lot of joy and just great kids all around. So I just want to say thank you to the exec team and to the Board of Education for allowing us to come in and recognize our student athletes. That's really important for them to get the recognition, and thank you for allowing us this time.
Now, moving on, we will have Snow Hill High School represented by Mr. Chris Adkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. Executive team, board. First, we're going to introduce 2 of our indoor track athletes. Their names are hanging all over our gymnasium, and they crushed it again this year. We have when we introduced Logan, our first Bayside champion since 2000, so since before COVID. And Allie, who just continues to crush it. So I'm going to introduce our head girls and boys indoor track coach, Mr. Raheem Hammond.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. Logan and Allie, these 2 were our team MVPs. They was also our student coaches. They helped us a lot. They're very remarkable. Very sweet, humble. Logan, he'd be like, "Hey, Coach Jim, you want to race with me?" I'm like, "No, you're too fast." And Allie be like, she'll say, "Coach Jim, you want to run this mile with me?" I'm not fast enough, Allie, but I love these 2 dearly. And Logan is a senior. He's going to study in college for being an engineer, right? So he's a remarkable guy. Allie, they're both great with academics, so we love you both, and sending love from Coach Bradley Krause to both of you. So very proud of you and very proud to be your coach. So thank you, guys.
Our next athlete is from our boys basketball program, Mr. Jaden Hudson, one of our 2 1,000-point scorers this year, and his coach is going to talk a lot more about him, Coach Sean Johnson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jaden Hudson. When you hear the name Jaden Hudson, so many great words come to my mind. But most importantly, when we identify a student athlete, there should be a picture of Jaden Hudson in the book for that. I'm going to give you one quick story about him. I know we're here to talk about his accolades on the basketball court, but during COVID, I'll never forget this young man. They were doing distant learning. He was in the gym playing while still maintaining a 3.7 GPA or whatever, just still doing his work. And I was like, this kid is super motivated. He's gonna do amazing things. He wants to go to college and become, he's gonna go to college and become an accountant, all right? But he's got a 3.5 GPA right now, National Honor Society, all 4 years. He was a 1,000-point scorer for us this year, led Snow Hill High School to a 21-4 record this year. He's just done amazing things on and off the court. I could go on for on and on talking about what he represents for Snow Hill High School, student athletes of our school. All right, but this is Jaden Hudson.
And now, representing Stephen Decatur High School, Mr. Dan DeBronze.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having us here at the Board of Ed today to honor our winter sports teams. We had a very successful winter sports season to follow up with our fall sports season, and we're going to start off with our swim coaches here, Delaney Williams and Christina Watts.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We had 4 boys and 4 girls as our Bayside Conference champions. Our first 2 boys, Daniel and Chase, were individual champions. If you want to start moving forward. Daniel was the champion in breaststroke, Chase was the champion in backstroke, and along with Mason and Vincent, they won 2 relays as well. And then our 4 girls here today, Zoe, Kaylin, Emma, and Vienna, together won the 200 freestyle relay at our conferences.
All right, next we're going to introduce our wrestling coach, head coach Josh August, and he's going to bring in a couple state champions.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. We won our 5th straight title this year again, so a great accomplishment by these young men and women. Our individual state titles went to 2-time state champion Elijah Colick, 3-time finalist and state champion Gavin Salido. And our first official girls state champion, AJ Johnson. And for our varsity team, our freshmen. Yes, sir. Our freshmen on our varsity state championship team, Mari Purnell, Grant Steffens, Reed James, Jack, Mr. Jack, Lucas Kohut, Jackson Archer, Cole Muir, and Gavin McBride. Our sophomores, Braden Bell, Alex Reel. Our juniors, Aaron August, Donovan Henry, state finalist Juan Hinojosa, Michael Hoos, Liam Hugis, state finalist Shania Bernier, Rachel Plata, Ben Herman, Amari Manuel, Nate McDaniel, Jake Salo, Reed Kamey, and Parker Inchireri, and our girls coach, Sarah Patrick, and myself.
All right, next we're going to bring in our boys basketball team led by head coach B.J. Johnson. Hold on, guys.
What an honor to stand here with this championship team. We might not be state champions, but we are two-time regional champs. We captured the Bayside title for the first time in 10 years. We made it to the Final Four state games, and we were 25-game home winning streak. Players know that you are champions in the coach's eyes as well as the eyes of the families and fans. Absolutely none of this recognition would be possible without you guys putting in the work and putting up with me. The coaches push you because we believe in you. Because of your hard work and dedication, I was recognized as Coach of the Year. Again, it's all because of you. I want to emphasize that coaching the level of student athletes that we have at Stephen Decatur High School is a privilege. We are proud to know that we have players competing at the next level in football, soccer, and basketball, and at some of the most prestigious institutions in the country. Stephen Decatur basketball has seemingly always had players out to compete, not just on the court and on the field, but ready to compete in life. The reason we can have success in this program is because we are supported at the school administration level as well at the board level. A huge thank you to our superintendent, Coach Lou Taylor, who was my high school coach, and always showing up to support us. We hope we made you proud. Thank you, Mr. Sykes, Dr. Bunning, Mr. DeBronze, to make sure we have all we need to complete this task. Finally, I want to say thank you guys, and we'll be back here next year. At this time, do we do the first team first? Or, yeah, our 3 first team players. We have Day Chandler, Davin Chandler. Davin was the player of the year in the Bayside Conference. Bryson Coleman, first team all conference, Bayside. Kareem Bolden, first team all conference. Now I'd like to introduce the rest of the guys. We have Judith Carmack, Jonathan Purnell, Elijah, David Solomon, Zakar Baker, Pride Wise, Frank Buxbaum, Ricardo Coates, my assistant coaches, Jeff and Adrian Bowen.
We also want to acknowledge that Coach Johnson was also Bayside Conference Coach of the Year.
BJ.
All right, the last group we're going to bring in here is a very special group. We made a little change this year in our unified program, and instead of doing unified bowling, we started doing unified strength and conditioning, and it's something that I used to coach when I was at Cambridge. So I had to go find two good coaches, and I got Lindsay Owens and Shannon Bone to take the helm. So I'm going to give the mic to coach, whichever coach wants it.
Hi, this is the first year that we've had unified strength and conditioning. We've had unified sports at Decatur, but the first year that we've had strength and conditioning, we have a beautiful new weight room, so we figured why not. And as you can tell, we're still piling in. We have a total of 10 athletes and 32 helpers. And the way that unified strength and conditioning works is an athlete will work with a helper, and they compete in up to 9 events. Scores are combined, and we won districts, and we won a state championship. So first year ever. So congratulations to all our athletes and helpers.
Can we get one more round of applause for all of our student athletes today?
Okay. And now we'll move on to resolutions and proclamations. And I'm going to start off this is School Library Month. So I'm going to ask Mr. Buchanan to read that. Okay. And I'd like Jen Sills to come up and join us if she's with us.
Jen here?
Is Jen here?
She might be out in the hall.
Okay. We'll see if we can find Miss Sills.
Good to another one.
We'll wait for Ms. Sills, and I'm going to move on to Teacher Appreciation Week, and I'm going to ask Beth Shockley Lynch to come up and join us, and Dr. Andrews will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Fronte. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers encounter students of widely differing backgrounds, and whereas our county's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling and coaching students, and performing community service, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community, now therefore be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education proclaims May the 6th through May the 10th, 2024 to be Teacher Appreciation Week. And be further resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education strongly encourages all members of our community to join in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. Adopted this 16th day of April, 2024. Signed by Todd Fronte, President, Worcester County Board of Education, and Lewis Taylor, Superintendent of Schools. And I'll pass the proclamation over to be presented.
Good. Thank you, Beth.
And now I think Ms. Sills has joined us, so I'll come back to Mr. Buchanan for School Library Month.
Okay, thank you. Were you checking out some library books? This month is very important for me, and I appreciate it very much. My wife retired as a media specialist at Pocomoke Middle School, Sandy. So, School Library Month, April 2024. Whereas the school library is to ensure the students and staff are effective users of ideas and information, and whereas the school's librarian's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school, and whereas the Board of Education has entrusted the school librarian in each school to teach the school's skills of locating and using information through traditional resources and new technologies to provide literature appreciation activities and to guide and encourage content and recreational reading to every student. And whereas lifelong learning begins and is systematically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary schools, and whereas the school library contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and quality in education, and whereas the school librarians of Worcester County have dedicated themselves to work for quality school libraries for all students. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim April 2024 as School Library Month and calls upon the school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Worcester County to recognize and support this action and to participate throughout the month of April in the celebration of School Library Month. And it is signed by Todd A. Ferrante, President, Worcester County Board of Education, and Lewis H. Taylor, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, Jen.
And now the last proclamation is School Nurse Appreciation Day, and I'm going to ask Ms. McComas to read that proclamation.
National School. Yeah.
Ladies, Amanda and
Yeah, I'm sorry, can I have Lauren Williams and Amanda Underkoffler to come up and join us? Thank you. No, we like to have you join us from the front. How are you ladies today? Thank you.
Sorry about that. National School Nurse Day, May 8th, 2024, whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they are at school, and whereas all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs safely met while in a school setting, whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and in ensuring students' academic success for more than 100 years. And whereas school nurses address the home and community factors that impact students' health, and whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, families, and health providers on behalf of children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children, and whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas school nurses are members of school-based teams, including school health services, 504 IEP, emergency planning, to address school population, and whereas school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for children every day. Therefore, be it resolved that the National Association of School Nurses celebrates and acknowledges the accomplishment of school nurses everywhere and their efforts of meeting the needs of today's students by improving the delivery of health care in our schools, and offers gratitude for the nation's school nurses who contribute to our local communities by helping students stay healthy in school and ready to learn, and keeping parents and guardians at work not just on this National School Nurse Day, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Be it further resolved that Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 8th, 2024 as School Nurse Day, adopted this 16th day of April 2024, signed by Todd Ferrante, President of the Worcester County Board of Education, and Lewis H. Taylor, Superintendent of Schools.
Okay. Now we're moving on to individual comments, and all individuals who've signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to the appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. And first up is Beth Shockley Lynch. Beth. Beth, just speaking to that mic for us. Thank you so much.
Make sure it's on too, Beth. Yeah, it is. Yep, good.
Good afternoon. Am I on? Good afternoon. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good. Let me get a layer of pollen off my glasses so I can see. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with the board an amazing event that was held on Sunday, April 14th, sponsored by Worcester United. This group planned a rally on the Ocean City Boardwalk. Over 400 members of our community, including a few of our board members, showed up in support of our schools. They came dressed in school colors, in school t-shirts, even in Red for Ed, to show their support of our community. They carried handmade signs, pulled decorated wagons, carried flags, which was a little bit of a feat in the wind. More than anything, they brought the most positive, upbeat energy with them. I'm sure those of you that attended would agree that it was an amazing, energizing event. For those of you who missed it and would like to see more about it, you can go to the Worcester County Teachers Association Facebook page and see some of the highlights. On behalf of Worcester County Teachers Association, our educational support staff, and our bus drivers, I would like to publicly thank Worcester United for organizing this event for us, for our school system. Our community came out and their message was clear. They are proud of our schools. They want to see our success continue, and they want to see a fully funded budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak today? Okay, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to curriculum instruction, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. And I would like to welcome up Mr. Cowder, the proud principal of Shaw Elementary. And I will let him introduce his staff who's going to be joining him. But any of you who know Mr. Cowder, he always welcomes you with a warm smile when you come to Shaw, but he always has a new project brewing. And one of the projects that Dr. Wallace and Mr. Taylor and I have been hearing about for a while at Shaw Elementary School is his Makerspace project. So we are happy to be hearing about that today. It is a project that really got started when the school was built, but it came to fruition last year, I believe, Mr. Cowder, and we are happy that his staff members have been able to make it come alive, and I know that Ms. Payne, you've been an integral part in making that happen, so thank you so much. And again, I'll let Mr. Cowder formally introduce his staff members, and welcome, and we're glad to hear about your Makerspace.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Mr. Ferrante, board, Mr. Taylor, exec team, thank you for having us today. We are super excited to share about our Makerspace. It didn't take long at the beginning of the year to figure out exactly what I wanted to share with the board this year. This is one of those opportunities where kids in the building would tell you learning meets fun. They truly have an unbelievable experience in our Makerspace. And I knew it very quickly based on the first parent-teacher conference when, as the parents were showing up to go talk to their teacher, they said, Mr. Cowder, can you show us where your Makerspace is? The kids come home and talk about what they're doing in the classroom, that class particularly, all the time. So I know the kids are having a ton of fun in there. As a former science teacher, I got very excited when I went to Shaw and realized that we had the insight to put in a Makerspace classroom with all the technology, hands-on, project-based, collaborative type learning that our kids could have, and I got so excited about it. Took a little bit of work to get it up and running, but this past year, our first year, it has hit massive success. And so today, I brought two folks with me. Ms. Dita, my curriculum resource teacher, was integral in making sure that this happened. Obviously, having only been there 2 years when I came in, I said, what are we going to do with Makerspace? Ms. Dita said, I already have a vision for it, and I've been here long enough, I did all the ordering for it, so I kind of know where it's heading. And I said, all right, I want to work with you and make this vision happen. But we needed the right person to run the class, and that's where Ms. Payne came in. Ms. Payne has done amazing things with it. She won't brag on herself, so I'll brag on her a little bit with her. She brings learning to fun in the classroom, and she nonstop goes above and beyond every day with the kids to make it enjoyable for them. So I'm going to turn it over to you two.
Like he said, it was a vision that we've had for years, and many people played a part in it. Nick Genovese and Caleb and Jen Sills. We actually had funding from the Worcester County Education Foundation this past year. Maryland Center for Computing Education. Lots of people have contributed to this, and actually 3 years ago, or maybe 4, I stood in front of you all with Miss Diane Schwartz at the time and proposed our vision for this, and It would not have happened without the support of everybody, but it would not happen without Carrie, so I'm going to let her speak to it. She has also been working towards her own degree at this time and done her own professional development, and the space itself, I would love to invite you all to come see it at some point. She doesn't like people in there, and she says it's loud, but that's a great thing. But please take the time to come see. We have classes every single day from kindergarten through 4th grade, get to experience it.
Thank you. Makerspace provides students an opportunity to think critically, ask questions, and solve problems. The students work hard, they stay positive, and they persevere in the space. Makerspace also provides a space for teamwork and collaboration. Teamwork builds communication and relationships. Students collaborate with their peers to plan, problem solve, and improve their work. Makerspace is a less structured, more free to create type of environment, so students are encouraged to think outside the box and use their imaginations. They're encouraged to be proud of their work, believe in themselves, and believe in what they've made.
Just to chime in, sorry.
No.
Yep, gotcha. All right, got the microphone. I also feel like it's important to say that we don't have a set curriculum for this. We have, and mainly Ms. Payne has created based off of finding connections with the teachers in the classroom. So integrating it into the UBD work that they've been doing or science that they've had and expanding out. Even our PTA has sponsored the purchase of quite a few books. I happen to be in the classroom this day. These are Keva planks, and these are Keva planks for our younger students. So we have different materials for students, and she sent them off and had a couple of samples, and the creating that they were doing on our own, she and I had to talk for a moment, was just amazing, and they couldn't wait to turn and share with each other or share with Ms. Payne the things that they had taken from a book that they'd read and applied to their own learning and made their own creation. But again, it all ties back into the fact that every lesson plan that has come out has come from Ms. Payne, and Code.org has helped a little, but really it is from the hard work that she's done, and seeing the excitement is magical.
Thank you. And I mean, you'll notice like the little girl in the bottom right corner, she created this table and bench, and then I had another group of kiddos working on creating a neighborhood. They did a really good job. They made trees out of the Keva planks, 3-story bunk beds. I mean, they're really proud of what they get to make. And at the top, you know, they're just some of the few books that we've been able to read. They do help spark the curiosity and foster that creativity that we get to experience in the Makerspace room. Let's see, Makerspace helps introduce students to real-world scenarios. It helps them make connections, and it allows them a chance to apply what they know. In these photos, you'll see our Balloons Over Broadway activity. Students read the story, Balloons Over Broadway, the true story of the puppeteer of Macy's Parade. Then they attached characters to balloons and attached the balloons to their coding mice. From there, the students coded their character mice to run a parade route. And each group had an announcer, and the students used their iPads to host and record their very own Macy's Day Parade right in our classroom. Makerspace definitely offers unique experiences. Students get hands-on, and they're exposed to gadgets and tools that they may not typically use. Here in these photos, you'll see students, they're engaged, they're building using our snap circuits. And snap circuits, they're a great tool to use to introduce students to electrical energy. I actually told Mr. Cowder and Ms. Dida, I wish I could show you all the photos that I've been able to take of all the things that we've done this school year. But so far this school year, students have been introduced to new vocabulary, STEAM careers, the engineering design process, coding, how to read code and write code. They've also learned how to program floor robots. We've built with Lego, Keva planks, and Magnetiles. We've got lots more to explore in Makerspace. The school year is not over yet. They're getting ready to learn about Botley, Dash, and Sphero robots. And 4th grade will soon design a keychain using Tinkercad, and then we're going to print their designs on the 3D printers. And then in our last slide, I really wish I had known who said the quote, but happiness is seeing the smile on a child's face as they learn. These photos, it's just a snippet. I get to see this every single day. The students are excited to come to the Makerspace room. I've got kids saying, Mrs. Payne, I'm wearing my science shirt to Makerspace. I've got parents saying, oh, such and such does not want their dentist appointment during Makerspace. Do not let me pull them out. So anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Any board members want to make any comments or say anything? Ms.
I'm sorry,
McComas?
this science teacher's heart is just overwhelmed. I love it. That is the one thing that has been missing in education for so long, and that is the hands-on aspect of learning how to do things and how to put things together. And Makerspace, oh my gosh, I'm coming over to visit.
Please. Ms. Payne actually just finished writing a grant for additional items for the space, and then we have another grant through Maryland Center for Computing Education, and Ms. Payne came and said, I really would like to use this to make our makerspace more inclusive, and she has some ideas around being able to integrate the space so all students feel successful in the learning, which was a great hands-on experience to learn that not everything we have was really accessible for everybody. So those two things are just kind of helping propel forward, because we know in computer science things are changing almost monthly. Yeah.
I'm just curious, how often do kids get to go to Makerspace? Is it like a add-on like once a week, or is it, how often is it?
So K through 4 goes, and they go once a week for the older kids.
Oh,
okay. Karen knows.
It's okay, I got it. Okay. Kindergarten and first grade come to me twice a week, and second, third, and fourth come to me once a week.
Okay.
And I wish that I could see them more.
I was going to say, is it in the plans to get them to be able to go more often? Or, I mean, it just seems like a really neat concept and idea of learning. So.
We would love to. So the older grades have different time allotments. They get more art based off of time allotments, and with planning and so forth, we haven't been able to expand out. Ideally, we would probably try to get pre-K in before expanding out in the older grades, just so they can get that hands-on experience as well, because we do have lots of materials for our youngest learners too. We just weren't prepared in the first year to expose them to Makerspace. But yeah, there are plans to expand.
Very nice. And I guess this really isn't a question for you, but maybe Dee, as far as, is this happening at other schools, or is this just at Shell?
It's interesting you say that. I was thinking, Ms. Saddis, I think this is our only school that has a Makerspace special. So we consider these special classes that allow for planning for teachers. That's why we call them special area classes. And we do have other Makerspaces in our media areas. Our media specialists do offer some time for students to engage in Makerspace areas, but it's usually in the upper area classes, but not in our elementary schools. So interesting, I believe. I don't think I'm saying that incorrectly.
They also spend time in after-school academy in those middle schools and those makerspaces. Some of our high schools even have some small makerspaces as well.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
You know, I got to make an art comment. Watching this program, I really think that Leonardo da Vinci is up there going, I wish this had been started earlier, because, da Vinci was such a genius in art and science and math and inventions and things like this. So I applaud you.
There are, just to share with the board, Ms. Schwartz and Mr. Taylor and myself were invited to a meeting with a civic organization probably like last summer that was sharing that they wanted to work on a grant to write for some of these things. And what was exciting is that not only did we get to test out the robots and things like that, which their little minds are amazing, because it took me a minute, and I'm a math teacher. But it was exciting because all of the things that they were sharing with us that they were thinking about writing for this grant, we did already have in our schools. And so while our other schools might not have maker spaces, there is coding that that is in COMAR. So it's law that we have to teach coding, and there's a certain amount of it and specific things we have to teach at every grade level. So while it's not done through a makerspace, and it is across the curriculum because, there's all different ways that we use it across our district in literacy, and just fascinating ways that you can use these robots. And she touched on some of them today. You did a wonderful job. We need to go and visit because I haven't been able to see the kids in action, so it's exciting.
Well, and I want to say, Ms. Payne, I just want to congratulate you on this. I know even when I see you at Chow in the hallways, I barely get to speak to you because you're moving so rapidly through the hallway, but I do want to acknowledge that Ms. Payne is an educational assistant at Chow Elementary School. So right now she's running the makerspace, not in a teaching position, but in an educational assistant position. So engaging in the curriculum and tapping into what they're doing in our UBD units, which is part of our reading curriculum, and that is really impressive. So thank you so very much for all you're doing and your ingenuity and all that you're doing to help our students. This is very impressive. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Payne's actually doing double duty because not only is she working on, putting the curriculum together really for this first year and doing an amazing job, but she's also getting her classes done to finish her teaching degree. So she's burning the candle at both ends.
I also want to add to Mr. Cowler's comment. Every year when I speak to him about budget, he reminds me he wants that to be a teaching position. So
correct, and I also publicly want to make the comment that Ms. Payne is first dibs from Chow, not to go to any other schools.
That's very true. Ms. Addis, to kind of expand on the question that you had as well, and I mentioned Maryland Center for Computing Education a couple of times because they have a lot of the funding came through for training. I've gone through it. Ms. Payne just recently went through it, and multiple teachers in Worcester County Public Schools have voluntarily signed up for that training where they learn the ins and outs of computer science all the way from kindergarten through 12th grade. So we have many teachers in the county that have gone through that, and actually one of the representatives from MCC is coming here in early May to talk about next steps for our county in some specific areas. So there is like a movement in that direction that's happening, which is great, and to have their support and have presence in the county already.
I know many of you attended the Media Expo because I saw several board members there. If you were at the Media Expo, there was quite a bit of coding taking place there in surprising different ways. So in addition to Shao doing a wonderful job, Jen Sills also leads a lot of that work as well in our district. But it was really cool to see at the Media Expo. And the kids were actually, they had their little passports and they had to engage. And I ended up spending a lot of time with my nephew because he couldn't figure out how to make the car move and we had to get the stamps. So we figured it out. But kudos to you and everyone in our district who's leading this, because it isn't just, it's not just, I'm a mathematician, so like when I think of coding, I think of something very specific, but it's magical if you go see everything it is.
Ms. Payne, someone else? Go ahead, Mr. Mack.
To Shell Elementary, and Miss Payne. When I first met her, we became friends. Lovely, 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 lovely person. Yeah. Now I love you too.
Thank you. Dr. Andes.
The next time you have a parade, would you please invite me? Please, because I want to see the parade.
You got it, Dr.
I want to see the
Andy.
parade and enjoy I love parades, so I want to come and see the parade and enjoy the
Okay,
parade.
very good.
Thank you.
I'll put you on our list.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Payne.
Yes.
Ms. Payne, I just want to add, on behalf of the Board of Education, you're getting paid as an educational assistant. However, you're doing a lot of additional work, and I just want to tell you and commend you for all the additional time and effort that you've put in to bring all the joy to these kids' faces, because we can obviously see how much fun they're having, and learning should be fun, and you're doing a great job, so we appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're up next.
Yes, it's never easy to transfer onto the blueprint, but especially after the makerspace, right? So just a quick blueprint update. So we're moving very rapidly to our May 1st submittal date. All 5 pillars are submitting their work to Brian Cook and myself, almost everyone. April 5th was our due date for all of our submittals, and almost everyone has submitted all of their pillar work to us. So we're working on revising all of their work and getting it back to our pillar leads. As a reminder, I am the lead for Pillar 1. Dr. App is the lead for Pillar 2. Dr. Wallace is the lead for Pillar 3. Lauren Williams, who might have just snuck out, is Pillar 4. And Mr. Tolbert is Pillar 5. So they've all had teams together working on their submissions for our plan, and we will work on making revisions and tightening it up so it's a cohesive plan, since you had different people working on different sections, and getting it back to them for our May 1st date. Just as a reminder, you know that we had 10 pages due on March 15th, and we were told at our meeting on Tuesday that that first part of our plan will come back to us this week with any revisions that we might need to make, but overall they felt very comfortable as a state that the first part of the revisions or the first part of the submission was very good, and there were very few districts that will have to make many revisions. So we'll keep you posted on that. As you know, we had 3 regional meetings across the district. We had overall, just in case you were wondering, 4 people attend our Pocomoke regional meeting, which we'd like to have more, but 4 was what we had. In Snow Hill, we had 2 people attend our Snow Hill regional meeting, and we had around 10 people attend in our in the North End, and Mrs. Payne was one of those people. So another shout out to Mrs. Payne. And all of our ERTs, our expert review teams, have been completed at Snow Hill, Pocomoke, and Ocean City Elementary. So far, we've only received feedback from Ocean City Elementary. We're still rating our feedback from Pocomoke and Snow Hill. We have not received any feedback yet from there, but all 3 visits went very, very well. And I guess lastly, you may remember that we are entering into phase 2 of technical assistance through the AIB, asking for help on for technical assistance around our budget review, and I wanted to let you know that we did submit our application for that. It's due May 1st, but Brian Cook and myself did put our application in for that. I know that there has been some discussion around that. So we did submit our application, and hopefully we'll be hearing soon. I think by July 1 we'll know whether we've been matched with someone for technical assistance. So we'll keep you posted on that. And that concludes my blueprint update, unless anyone from the board has a question on blueprint.
Does any of our board members have any questions for Ms. Shorts?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gordy?
Sure. I'd just like to say that maybe as a backup, you could encourage the kids from Makerspace to jump in with you.
I'm telling you, I think I definitely need Mrs. Payne. She could definitely help me in some aspect, yes, or the kids. Thank you, Mr. Gordy.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Appreciate it.
If no questions on blueprint, that does conclude the curriculum instruction reports. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Ms. Shorts. Appreciate that. Now for administrative operations, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. App.
There we go. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I have for the board the personnel exhibit for April. Retirements, we have Matthew Elburn, teacher, Worcester Technical High School. Linda Jo Holbert, systems technician, Stephen Taylor High School. Resignations, Lauren Walker, teacher, Pocomoke Elementary School. Corey Bristow, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. Eddie Che, teacher, Snow Hill High School. Sherry McCormick, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. Kelsey Betancourt, teacher, Ocean City Elementary School. Madison Smith, teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School.
Need to hand him down one, yeah.
Okay. Madison Smith, teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School. Brian Shane, teacher, Stephen Decatur High School. New hires, Beth Whitelock, Benefits Specialist, Central Office. Promotions, Ivory Smith, head custodian, Pocomoke Elementary School. Leave of absence, Hillary Haynes, teacher, Ocean City Elementary School. Amanda Dean, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. Tara Threadgill, teacher, Worcester Technical High School. The superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Thank you, Dr. App. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
And a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you much. Thank you, Dr. App.
I have the next few items, I believe. Our next item is the Worcester County Teachers Association and the Worcester County Educational Support Professionals Association has ratified our agreements, which will provide a step and increase for eligible employees, an increase for salary scale adjustments, and modification to existing contract language. The signing of the duration of these agreements and MOUs, we have some MOUs as well, are required. The signing of these signature pages will officially mark the ratification of the WCTA and WCESPA negotiated agreements for the 24-25 school year. The superintendent recommends the approval to the negotiated agreements, both the Worcester Worcester County Teachers contract and the Worcester County Support Professionals contract.
Dr. App, can I have a motion and a second to approve the negotiated contracts as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Andes. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. We'll come and sign the agreements.
Yep. If we could have the support, Ivory's here. Please, Ivory, come up first. I'd like to say that we have a great relationship with our support unit, and Ivory being the leader is just awesome to work with. So we thank you very much. Next, I'd like to invite Beth Shockley Lynch to come forward as we ratify our teacher's contract. Okay, Mr. Ferrante, I'd like to say that Beth and her group is also awesome to work with, and we certainly enjoy working with the team during the negotiations. It's special here in Worcester. We disagree, but we always end up agreeing at some point in time. So thank you, Beth.
Beth, I just want to tell you, at the Teacher of the Year awards ceremony, we actually, on behalf of the board, I got the opportunity to thank the teachers, which they do each and every day, and go above and beyond for our students. And I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. So we're happy to be able to ratify this agreement with you. We look forward to continued success, and we appreciate what you do each and every day. Thank you. Superintendent?
I'd just like to say it's an honor to represent our teachers who do their job every day. We are very lucky to have this kind of working relationship. I can tell you, as I travel across the state, this doesn't happen everywhere. So it's awful nice, and I'm humbled every day by the support I get from the board and from the leadership team. So thank you all very much.
I think I'll echo everything that's been said, especially what Dr. App said as superintendent. It is special here in Worcester County, because over the years I've had a chance to serve on that team. I also was the chief negotiator for 4 years, and working with both the support staff with Ivory and Beth and their leadership, it is special. It doesn't happen. And Beth and I know Dr. Andes can relate to this. In most counties, the Teachers Association president and the superintendent don't speak unless there's something really bad going on. Beth and I don't enter a building without giving each other a hug, no matter when it's negotiations or not negotiations. So, like everything else, Worcester County Public Schools is a special place. And Beth, I thank you, and I think Ivory had to leave, but thank you for your professionalism, and most importantly, for your support and your friendship. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ferrante, the next item, I was asked to put this on the agenda, 7.3, child abuse and neglect policy and procedures. And in front of the board, or in your packet over the last couple of days, you have that policy and procedure. And I think it's on here for review and information.
Yes. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. App on the policy? We just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear that we did have a policy governing that, and that all of our teachers are aware of this policy and the procedures that go along with it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. The next item of business, 7.4, replacement bus contractor. Due to a contract vacancy, one Worcester County school bus contract needs to be filled. Notification of the contract availability was sent to all eligible substitute drivers, and interviews to fill the vacancies were held on March 22nd, 2024. In the absence of a school administrator, a human resources employee, the school vehicle driver, instructor, and the manager of transportation served on the selection panel for the interviews. As a result of the selection process, Mr. Lamont Roy is recommended to serve as a bus contractor in the Snow Hill area for the 24-25 school year. And the superintendent recommends approval of the bus contract.
Okay, so I need a motion and a second to approve Lamont Roy to serve as the bus contractor for the Snow Hill area for 2024-2025. Do I have a motion and a second? A motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. App.
Thank you.
Now I want to turn it over to Carrie. Mrs. Steers, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I feel fortunate. I'm actually bringing legislation that brings local control back to the board, so I know that's exciting for everyone. As I alluded to you when I brought before you the 24-25 school system calendar in February, Legislators have now empowered local boards, rather than MSDE, to authorize superintendents to initiate virtual day instruction for inclement weather under specific conditions. The legislation requires boards to discuss this matter in an open meeting, which is what we're doing now, and a majority must vote to authorize the superintendent to be able to make this call after the built-in inclement weather days are exhausted. In your packet, you have the proposed 24-25 virtual day instruction plan, which addresses all of the items required under this legislation, many of which were already included in previous year's versions that both the board and MSDE had approved. The main difference between this plan and previous year's plans is that the legislature removed the availability of fully asynchronous learning days, which we had used as a buffer of sorts between exhausting our built-in inclement weather days and moving to synchronous learning in an effort to deploy devices. With the new plan, as our built-in inclement weather days begin to be used, we will initiate plans to ensure deployment can occur more quickly. So following any questions and your discussion, the superintendent would seek the board's authorization to initiate virtual day instruction for inclement weather as outlined in the plan before you.
Do any of our board members, before I ask for motion, have any questions for Ms. Steers regarding this?
I'm just curious, now that you guys have been doing this for a couple years, have you gotten much feedback from parents or faculty about, or students even, about how they feel about this type of plan setup?
We have not, but we actually have never had to initiate this plan.
Or just the at-home type of learning during...
Just virtual learning?
Right.
I will say during COVID, and I know Dr. Wallace and Ms. Shorts can probably speak to this a little better, but we did actually have several surveys regarding the implementation of our synchronous learning during that time, so I don't know if you guys want to jump in and offer any
Yeah, I mean,
thoughts.
I couldn't provide you with, off the top of my head, results of the feedback that we got. Certainly, during COVID, we were in a position where that was our only option.
Yeah.
But we also have heard informally from a lot of community members around some flexibility. I think one of the things that Ms. Shorts and I and our colleagues across the state, as far as chief academic officers, push for is to look for silver linings of the pandemic and what are lessons that we learned. Well, if you spoke to any person who works in a school and any child, they love to be finished school before June 1st. Our assessments are finished, and it's June is challenging. And so when we talk about extending the school year almost to the end of July, and certainly our student reps are here, so I'm sure that they could speak to that. Lessons learned in the pandemic were that we can pivot to virtual learning, and it's more productive than keeping students in school until, because I've taught in this district when we've been really close to the end of June as a teacher, and it was not as productive as it could be. So I think the lessons that we've learned is that we can pivot. While it's not perfect, it is better than going to school on June 27th. I look at our seniors, they don't care this year. They're like, you can have 75 snow days because I'm out. It's like graduation, so.
Well, and I will say this too, also informally, some of the feedback that we have received is that they do value the having snow days. So by us still including those 3 inclement weather days and using those before we move into anything, whether it's synchronous, asynchronous, in this case, obviously synchronous, they wanted to make sure that that was still maintained, which we've done as part of our calendar planning.
And I will say we have great devices. We have a great management system in Schoology that we're all familiar with. So although when COVID happened and it was such an abrupt changeover, I think there were some growing pains. I think we're very used to what we need to do. So I think it would be a seamless transition, although secretly we all hope that we don't have that many days and we don't have to use it.
We
if
all
I could
hope
go on
that.
record. Yes.
I'm just curious too, and this might be a Mr. Taylor question as far as now that this is being brought back for local control, have you heard from other superintendents across the state if this is the type of thing that they're also doing, or just?
Most of my colleagues love local control.
Well, yes.
Yeah, yes, they are. It's a mixed bag. Some are going to no snow days at all. The first day out, they're doing the virtual learning. I guess the kid comes out in me because there was nothing more exciting than getting that first snow day. So we give them a taste of it with 3, and then we pick up from there. So it answers the call that we got in January when everybody wants to stay home a day and it snows. But then, as Dr. Wallace pointed out, we're not here till June the 27th because June is a rough month in schools because everybody's ready to go. We live in a resort area. Kids are wanting, from my experience in the high school, wanting to get to work. So I think it works well together the way we have it set up. We talked about going directly to it, but I think it was unanimous of our executive team. Let's keep the 3 days. Even though we come to work on a snow day after 40 years, once in a while I like a snow day too. I don't like when Dr. App calls me at 4:30 in the morning, but
Me neither.
But other than that, it's great. I think but to answer your question, Ms. Addis, our colleagues have mixed bags about it across because some of them go the first day out, it's a virtual day. I think we have the best plan of all of it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Sears? Okay, Board, I would need a motion to approve the authorization for the 2024-2025 school year to initiate the virtual instruction.
Move to approve as submitted.
Okay, I got to finish the motion.
Thank you, though, Dr. Ades.
Virtual day instruction for inclement weather is outlined in the virtual day instruction plan. And we have a motion by Dr. Ades. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Steers. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, before we go into the next item, may we please take a 5-minute break?
Okay, the board will, Dr. Annie's request, the board will recess for 5 to 10 minutes and we'll be right back. We are recessed. Okay, thank you. Everybody's back from break, and now I'm going to turn it over to our legal counsel for our revised ethics policy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in your packet, you should have had, or you do have, policy F02 and F03. These are changes that are required because of some legislative changes. Every couple of years, the legislature sees fit to modify its own ethics code, and as the state modifies its ethics code, we need to keep in line, and so the state did notify us of some changes that were necessary. The recommendation of the superintendent is for the approval of the ethics policies IF02 and IF03 as presented. I'd ask the board president to call for a motion.
Okay. So I'd like to have a motion to approve the revised ethics policy IF02 and IF03 as presented.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second, Bill Gordy.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Next, in your packet, it's 7.7. As we looked at the updates necessary for the ethics code, we noticed that although it's currently in your ethics policy, there is an ethics panel. It had been some time since any member had been appointed to that panel. The policy calls for 5 members of the community to be appointed by the panel. The policy calls that appointment come from the board president, of course working in conjunction with the superintendent. I understand that the board president reached out to all of you and has solicited names from you from your respective districts. I understand that he has the list of those individuals this afternoon, and so this appointment of the panel, it's nice that we have them on standby should we need them. We have not needed them for a very long time, which is a good thing. But this is nothing new. It's just simply the recognition and the appointment of these individuals. So I would turn it over to the board president.
Thank you, Ms. Stansberry. The following members of the board came together to collectively agree on these appointees, and we appreciate their willingness to serve in this capacity. The first is Bob Rothermill, Marlene Ott, Pat Tomasovic, Christina Holslander, and Bertha Purnell. Those will be our new ethics panel, and they will serve on our ethics panel, and I believe it's a term of 5 years.
We've decided that 5 years would be the most appropriate.
So I would like to ask for a motion to approve the Worcester County Public Schools Ethics Panel as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan.
Second.
And a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I will turn it over to Dr. Wallace for the safety update.
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to report back that since our last board meeting, there have been 2 separate days of drug dog scans. I'm sorry, I don't know, it's like a tongue twister. I don't know what's happening to me right now. I do want to thank our sheriff's office and Mr. Sean Goddard for organizing those. The scans on the first day were held at Snow Hill Middle, Pocomoke Middle, and Pocomoke High School. And on the second day, the scans were held at Stephen Decatur High School and Snow Hill High School. These are surprise scans, so no one knows they are coming. And I am happy to report to you that the results of those drug scans were all negative, meaning that there were no drugs found during any of those scans. So
that's great. Any questions for Dr. Wallace regarding safety update? Ms. McComas?
Just a question here, because I've been approached by. Am I speaking? Okay, there we go. Sorry. From questions I've gotten from constituents, just to be sure that we get this message out, how are we doing as far as our data is concerned with office referrals this year?
Sure. I don't have, the last time I pulled this data, it was less than a month ago, but we are, as far as office referrals, we are down significantly, and in fact, I'm looking all the way back to as of the date in March, at the end of March when I pulled this, all the way back to 2005, 2006, and we are actually the lowest to date that we have been, and I don't have data before 2005, but we are the lowest for referrals. And then when we just look at, that's like all referrals, so that's including like tardies the class, somebody was tardy earlier, so that includes tardies. If you were sent to the office, like you forgot some materials, or, it depends. But for things other than those sorts of offenses, we are also significantly down, and I'm looking, COVID years, we're not less than that, but for total referrals, we're actually less than even the COVID years, but we are significantly down. The last year that we were less than this would have been in like 2013, so it's a significant steady decline. So yes, we are still to date significantly down.
Thank you so much. I think I worked it out last month when we saw the numbers that we were down at least 25%. And that's due to your hard work. Thank you. This has been a year and a half in the making as far as focusing on safety, which has got to be one of the most important things we do. And I am so appreciative between you and Mr. Goddard for getting this done, and our administration and staff and our resource officers. It takes a village, I swear, but we've done it, and I'm so thrilled. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Wallace? Thank you, Dr. Wallace. I appreciate that. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert for physical operations and the Berlin Intermediate School fire replacement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. The first 4 items I have today, Mr. Sam Slakem, our maintenance operations manager, are going to review with you. There are 4 different projects. The funding is coming from the assigned county fund balance in FY23. Mr. Slakem is going to walk you through each project and ask for your approval. Mr. Slakem.
How are you?
Good afternoon again, everyone. We're here today to request Board of Education approval for the fire alarm system replacement utilizing the ARC Systems contract through Baltimore County Public Schools. The cost of the replacement is $222,346. And again, as Mr. Tolbert said, the generous funds for this project were provided by Worcester County government. On behalf of the superintendent, we recommend approval of the ARC Systems contract in the amount of $222,346 for the fire alarm replacement at Berlin Intermediate.
Thank you, Mr. Slakem. Any questions for Mr. Slakem before I call for a motion? I'd like to have a motion to approve. Hold on, I have one question, Mr. Buchanan.
Just one, Sam. ARC. Exactly what is that?
They are a local fire alarm, burglar alarm, fire suppression, closed circuit TV. They're based, they have an office in West Ocean City. They cover the entire state of Maryland, but they are a local vendor who has performed very well for us and provided a high level of service for these types of systems in the county.
And they go into a lot of other schools also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Slakem? Yes, Ms. Addis.
I just heard Dr. Wallace ask about the question that I was getting ready to ask, but that is a contract that we are piggybacking off of, correct?
We are piggybacking off.
Okay. That is correct. We're leveraging Baltimore County's procurement office, and the size that they have versus us to negotiate the best pricing possible.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Can I have a motion and a second to approve the BIS fire alarm replacement as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Slakem. Next one.
Next up is the Pocomoke Elementary School intercom retrofit. Mr. Slakem.
We are here today requesting Board of Education approval for the intercom retrofit utilizing the ARC Systems contract through Howard County Public Schools in the amount of $53,503. Funding again was generously provided by Worcester County government for this project. And on behalf of the superintendent, we recommend approval of the contract in the amount of $53,503 for the intercom retrofit at Pocomoke Elementary School.
Any questions for Mr. Slakem? Can I have a motion and a second to approve the PES intercom retrofit as presented?
So.
Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
A second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. We'll keep rolling.
Yeah, the next project is the Pocomoke Elementary School rooftop unit replacements. And if the board will remember, originally we had asked for, I believe, 12 those units to be replaced, and was approved for $1.2 million from the county's assigned fund balance. And because of the decision on the Snow Hill Middle School, Cedar Chapel School roof to replace the whole roof and not just a portion of it, the price was higher, and we worked with the county to reallocate that 1.2 and replace some of that money and put to the to get that project done. So we reduced the amount for the rooftop units at Pocomoke. So instead of doing 12, We're actually doing 3. So we have to ask for that funding for those other 9 units in another year, probably through the state IAC capital improvement project in the fall.
That's correct. The 3 units that we are going to be replacing are original from the addition that was put on that building in the late 90s. So these units have outlived their useful lifespan. So we're requesting Board of Education approval for replacement of the 3 rooftop units at Pocomoke Elementary School utilizing the Wilfrey contract through Wycomico County Board of Education in the amount of $183,175. Local funds were approved for this project by Worcester County government. On behalf of the superintendent, we recommend approval of the Wilfrey contract in the amount of $183,175 for the replacement of the 3 rooftop units at Pocomoke Elementary School.
Thank you, Mr. Slacum. Before I call for a motion, does anyone have any questions regarding the Pocomoke Elementary School rooftop unit replacements? Okay, so can I have a motion and a second to approve the Pocomoke Elementary School rooftop unit replacements as presented? Motion by Ms. McComas. A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Slacum.
This next project, Mr. Sean Goddard is going to come up, our safety manager, talk about replacement of the countywide access control improvements at various schools. Mr. Sean Goddard.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are requesting the Board of Education approval for the securing of our front doors and vestibules with access control and door intercoms utilizing the ARC Systems contract, piggybacking off the Howard County Public Schools. This proposal is a product of months of work by myself, Dr. Wallace, and Sam Slacum to ensure that we have the safest buildings possible. This specific work will include exterior door cameras with 2-way camera intercom capabilities to safely screen visitors before allowing them access into the building. Local funds were previously approved for this project, and if approved, we anticipate scheduling and completing it sometime this summer 2024. This work will help harden our entrances and improve safety and security for our school buildings and our staff and students. The superintendent recommends the approval of the ARC contract in the amount of $224,687 for the securing of the front door and vestibules with these access control intercoms in several of our school buildings.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Goddard?
Mr. Goddard, do we know which schools?
Specifically, yep, it's going to Stephen Decatur High School, Stephen Decatur Middle School, Ocean City Elementary, BIS, Buckingham, Shaw, Worcester Tech, Snow Hill High School, Snow Hill Middle School, Cedar Chapel, Pocomoke High School, Pocomoke Middle School, and our front door here at the Board of Ed.
And which schools aren't? No, sorry.
The other 2 schools currently already have it. It was built in. It came with the camera system.
They've already been installed. Any other questions for Mr. Goddard? Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve the Worcester County Public Schools countywide access control improvements as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard. Next up is Mr. Joe Price with a school construction funding update, talk about Buckingham and Ocean City and Shaw. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you recall, on April 4th, Mr. Alex Donahue, the Executive Director of the IEC, graciously agreed to appear before you to discuss the Buckingham project. During his briefing, he made a statement that due to equity, the IEC could not provide extra funding to Worcester County Public Schools to build bigger schools with small class sizes. As you also may recall, Mr. Donahue and I had a spirited discussion about his statement. I went back and made a chart of our last 2 elementary schools, and Mr. Taylor has asked me to share that with you today. The chart shows square footages, costs, and state and local funding for Ocean City Elementary and Shell. And we'll focus on Shell. The existing building at Shell was 52,610 square feet. The state, if they did their calculations looking at projected enrollments for Shell and projected enrollments for Ocean City, which was the adjacent school, said we should build a 47,080 square foot school to replace a 52,000 square foot school that had 8 portables behind it. We built a 102,409 square foot school. The state provided us funding for 47,080 square feet. And that was my statement, that we're being punished, and we accept that. Dr. Andrews will tell you, I've been doing this a long time. We graciously accept anything the state gives us when they do their calculations, and then we build what we know we need to build. And that's what we did on Shell. The total construction cost after bidding was a little over $40 million. The state provided $8.6 million. We're a 50% county, a little over $40 million. We should get $20 million from the state, but we didn't, because they weren't in on a 102,000 square foot school, they were in on a 47,000 square foot school. When we get all done building that 102,000 square foot school, the state is saying that the state rated capacity is 850. We can fit 850 students in that school with 23 to 25 students in a classroom. So now we get punished again because, well, you have all these empty seats at Shell because we could fit 850 in there, and we don't. So that was the crux of my argument that day, and we created this chart to show you what we were arguing.
Does anyone have any? Dr. Andrews, I see your wheels are spinning.
Could you make that bigger, please? Is it possible to make the chart bigger?
It's a PowerPoint. I don't know. Maybe Carrie does.
Yeah, if I could just say one thing while we're getting it bigger. I mean, what we're trying to show here is that when we decide to build schools, we build those schools at local rated capacity to comply with our small class sizes that we believe make a difference. The state chooses not to participate in an increased cost to build those larger schools, so they penalize us there. Then when it comes time to build a new school like Buckingham Elementary School, the state looks at that square footage that we built at Chow and Ocean City, which they did not participate in the additional cost, and now say there are adjacent seats there and there's no money for Buckingham. So they're penalizing us twice. Once by not giving us the money to build the increased square footage for those schools, and then the second time not to give us any funding for Buckingham because of the adjacent seats. So where is the equity in that argument? Buckingham Elementary School, our highest poverty school at the northern end, with the highest minority population, is getting treated inequitably by the state through their funding formula. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so
We
much.
had that discussion. Dr. Andrews?
I thank you, Mr. Price, for putting this table together. And if we had billed shall based on only what the state was going to provide, we would have portables at Shell Elementary School today.
We would have built a school 5,000 square feet smaller than the school that was there.
And the only option would be to build that school and then have portable classrooms behind it. We're very fortunate that our county commissioners, county government stepped up and helped us build a school that provides enough space for that to accommodate all of our students without portable classrooms. And I especially want to thank our superintendent, who worked very hard in anticipation of the additional space needed for the pre-K classrooms, so that our county stepped up and provided funding for the pre-K classrooms. But as Mr. Price pointed out, Mr. Tolbert pointed out, we get punished for building a bigger school. We get punished for building a school that meets the needs of what we anticipate will be for our students. And you can see from the table, if we built a school only for what the state says we should build it, we would open it up we would have to cram kids in every single corner, have classes in the cafetorium or wherever it happens to be, and we would be adding portable classrooms to brand new buildings. It makes absolutely no sense. And then as Mr. Price and Mr. Tolbert pointed out, when we build the schools big enough, then the state comes back and recalculates the state rated capacity on the entire build. So just to use round numbers, the state said we should build a 48,000 square foot building. Instead, and so if we calculate the state rated capacity in that 48,000 square foot building, we get the numbers that you see in the table there.
391.
391. Then the state goes through and says, wait a second, you built the school and you made it bigger than what you needed to be from what the state said, and it's 100,000 square feet, so now we're going to recalculate your state rated capacity, and it's 850. As Mr. Price had that heated discussion
Spirited, Dr.
Spirited, I'm sorry. The spirited discussion with Alex Donahue, and that was the point he was trying to make. So what I'm suggesting is that we go back to the state, we work with our county commissioners, we work with our state delegation, and we go back to the IAC, take this table with us and say, you need to recalculate state-rated capacity based on the amount of money you gave us for the square footage, not on what we used local money for. Now, Mr. Donahue said, wait a second, if I recall correctly, that's not equitable. That's what he said. Well, I would argue with him, look, if we come up with the money, not we, taxpayers of Worcester County, comes up with that additional money, then that's the equitable aspect of it. Local control, local school system decided to build the school bigger because we knew that's what we needed to do. If we followed what the state said we should build on every single school, we would have portable classrooms outside of every single school when we were finished. When we were finished. We don't have equitable anything in this state. I'll give you an example. If you look on operating budgets on money expended per pupil, it varies throughout the entire state. So how do you take the operating budget and talk equitable and then take the capital budget and say, wait a second, we can't do what you're asking us to do because it's not treating the entire state the same? And I would argue vehemently with Mr. Donahue, the members of the IAC, that they need to calculate state-rated capacity on the amount of dollars they're giving us for that square footage, period. That's it. So if we did that, Shell Elementary School and Ocean City Elementary School would be at or near capacity, as you can see from the table. So consequently, they would not be calculated into the Buckingham Elementary School quotient. That's the point. So what I'm suggesting is that we engage our county commissioners and seek their support. We engage the support of our delegation, and Senator Carrozza has been a strong advocate for the Buckingham project. We go back to the IAC and lobby the IAC and say, wait a second, you have to recalculate this. And I'm not suggesting we go back to Alex Donahue. I'm suggesting we go to the chair of the IAC, which is Senator Casemeyer, and the membership of the IAC and say, wait a second, you got this wrong. This is absolutely unfair to any school system in the state of Maryland that spends more money and puts that money out to build a larger school capacity because we know we need it. To reiterate, if we had built the 6 projects I was involved in, the state-rated capacity, we would have portables at every single school. It makes absolutely no sense to me. It's counterintuitive why you would open a brand new school and then put portables out back. One other comment, and Mr. Price has pointed this out, and our superintendent has pointed this out on many occasions. We're 50% county because we're the wealthiest school system in the state of Maryland, county in the state of Maryland. Our neighboring jurisdictions, Somerset's 100%. So the state pays for 100% of their school construction based, again, on that square footage that they will approve. Wycomico is 98%. Again, 98%. We're at 50%, and if I remember correctly, and you correct me, Mr. Price, I think that on the average, it averages out to about 22% total dollars from the state for our projects. The state doesn't step up to help us. We need to start advocating, lobbying, pushing back at the state to build Buckingham Elementary School, take Shell Elementary School out of the quotient, take Ocean City Elementary School out of the quotient because of the fact that their state-rated capacities based on the money allocated from the state to us to build those schools, that's what it should be based on, not the total square footage. We're being penalized because we build a school for what we need. It makes absolutely no sense to me. But I've never been able, in my 16 years in my prior life to have IAC make sense to me. Never. So that's my suggestion, that we move the project forward. We go back and market and beg or whatever we need to do to get the state to revise those capacities. And I assure you that other jurisdictions in the state of Maryland have the same problem, have the same exact issue. Thank you.
So, yes, thank you, Dr. Andes. Mr. Price, when Alex was here, he said he would get back to us regarding that conversation.
I believe Mr. Donahue's statement was that he did not think that the IAC had the appetite at this time to look at reimagining state-rated capacities.
Then, Dr. Andes, did you want to make a motion?
What I'm suggesting is that we move forward and do whatever is necessary to get the state IAC to start reimagining. Whatever it takes to get them reimagining, we need to get them reimagining, whatever it takes. So my suggestion, in the form of a motion, is that we work with our county commissioners, we work with our state delegation, and we move forward with an appeal to the IAC that asks them to recalculate the state-rated capacity on all of our schools that we've recently rebuilt, but specifically Shao Elementary School and Ocean City Elementary School, that only uses the amount of dollars that the state gave us as calculated by the table to build that particular school, Shao and Ocean City. I don't know if my motion made any sense whatsoever. I am so angry. I am so angry and fed up with the IAC coming down here and lecturing us and telling us what we need to do when we do what we need to do best. And I'm tired and sick and tired of being penalized for building a school that meets our needs and then having the state turn around and take credit for it, add the square footage onto it, then at the same time use that square footage and recalculate the state-rated capacity. It makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. So I don't know if I made sense with my motion or not, but I need some more water. Thank you.
So I have a motion to go to the IAC to make an appeal for a change in their policy for funding the school system at state rate capacity, which they've done for both Ocean City Elementary and for Shao Elementary. Okay? And we want to take not only an appeal with the board, but we want to include our county commissioners and our state delegation in that appeal. Is that pretty clear, Dr. Andes?
Yes, that's very succinct, very rationally spoken, with no emotion. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Price, we will get that together and we will contact our county commissioners and we will contact our state delegation and we will go back and see the IAC again.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. Price. The next item is our monthly financial report for the month of March with non-salary expenditures of $4,108,885.80. The superintendent recommends approval of the financial report as presented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the March 31st, 2024 monthly financial report as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're welcome, sir.
And now we added an agenda item 8.7. For those of you who did not see last Tuesday's county commissioner meeting, we made a presentation that went for about 6.5 hours, reviewing our new presented budget as the county commissioners would like to see it. And I know that there were some questions that we didn't answer, and I just want to refer to Mr. Tolbert. I think he did a wonderful job. Appreciate all of his hard work in transitioning our budget to make it a 5-year trend so that county commissioners could have a clearer picture of what our budget needs are. And I think some of the questions were, Mr. Tolbert, they had several slides and several questions that we couldn't answer, and I know we took down notes for each and every one of those. And are you working to get those back over to the county commissioners?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. My staff and I are working to get back to the county commissioners within the next week or so, week and a half. We'll get those answers back to the county commissioners. I was happy we were able to answer probably 80% of the questions that day with the staff that we had with us, but there were a few that we had to follow up on. We'll get those back to them. Yeah.
Okay. Do any of our other board members have any questions for Mr. Tolbert regarding that hearing that he went through? Mr. Tolbert, you needed a couple of drinks after that hearing.
Yes, I could have used one if I was a drinking man, Mr. Ferrante.
I know you're not, but it was a long day, and we appreciate, again, all your hard work. And we look forward to getting those questions back over to the commissioners.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Sure.
Last week when we were at the commissioners meeting, Mr. Taylor had made mention that the AIB and blueprint had given us no direction to reimagine the blueprint. And he said, I believe it's where applying the strategic partner would come into play. And I was just curious, have we reached out to find out about that strategic partner? I know that you have to apply for it, so I'm not sure.
Strategic partner, I'll let Dee. Go ahead.
Yes, that's what I mentioned during my update. We did
Okay,
apply for that technical assistance.
Yeah.
By July 1st, we should know.
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, now we're at Board of Education reports. I'd like to open up to my board members for any comments they would like to make. Ms. McComas.
I'd just like to say thank you, kudos to the Worcester United and actually our whole community for such an unbelievably amazing boardwalk rally this past Sunday. It was so good to see parents, grandparents. I ran into my neighbor the first thing getting out of my car. Teachers and so many of our kids celebrating and supporting our schools. It was exciting, even joyful, and extremely respectful. Thank you to the organizers and to the over 400 community members who were there. It was a happening. It's appreciated.
Thank you. Any other board members?
Got one.
Ms. Addis?
Thank you. I just wanted to give an update to anyone who is watching and been paying attention for the last couple of meetings. I did reach out to our CFO, Mr. Tolbert, and I met with him and Teresa Searing, which is his right-hand gal in the office. And we actually did have a sit-down meeting. I was able to ask all of my questions in regards to the budget. And they were both extremely helpful, and we had a lengthy discussion about a lot of the things that I wish that would be in our budget and it would be brought into consideration. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Tolbert, and please let Ms. Searing know that I appreciated both of your time. And I just wanted to give a brief update too about just some of the things that I was discussing with Mr. Tolbert. And in regards to the budget, when I keep saying, you know, a detailed budget, I was able to reiterate what I meant to Mr. Tolbert, and which would be a complete list of consultants, what they were contracted to do or what they are contracted to do for the next year if we have that information available, the total fee amount of what has been paid in the past in comparison to what they would potentially be paid for the following year, list of donors, what they have donated in the past and what and the amount of money that we have potentially received or potentially will receive in the following year, and how that compares to a 3-year average. Expanding the vehicle list to include data purchase and lease start, which thank you very much, Mr. Tolbert. We as a board did receive that information today, so we're able to put that information in our budget binder, just to see that how much we are spending on a monthly basis when it comes to lease amounts, as well as just the payment amount of what we have paid for those vehicles. A complete list of full-time employee positions with their current salaries, and as far as giving a list of the federal and state restricted grants, which we do have a much more updated amount this year than we did in our last year's budget. Just seeing when those grants would expire,
and what the plan would be moving forward if they are set to expire in the coming year would be really helpful to see. So once again, Mr. Tolbert, thank you very much for providing all that information and having that discussion. And last but not least, I just want to give my couple thoughts on the commissioners meeting. For anyone that hasn't listened to it, it was extremely helpful to listen to some of the questions that were asked, and there were a lot of questions asked, a lot of answers given, and then those set of answers that we're still waiting on that, if possible, I would like to be included. I'm sure the board members would like to be included on the follow-ups with that as well. But to be honest with you, the biggest takeaway for me watching that meeting was I truly felt that some of those questions should have been answered on our end first. And to me, I'm holding myself accountable when I say I didn't ask maybe enough questions that I should have, or I didn't frankly think to ask a lot of those questions. So I was grateful that the commissioners did ask that, but to me it starts with our Board of Education first, and we need to ask the right questions during our work sessions. And I believe with our following year's budget, with next year, with potentially getting more information that we even received this year, I think it would be helpful to have those questions answered during our work sessions first before it even gets to the commissioners. But I appreciate everyone's time, and once again, Mr. Tolbert, thank you for your time this past month.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Buchanan?
Yeah, on an educational note, I traveled on Saturday to Carroll County to the Skills USA competition that Worcester Technical High School was involved in. It was a long drive, but I'm telling you, the other 6 of us, if you ever get the chance to do that, you should go and see it. They took around 75 to 80 students, and they competed in a variety of competitions, from graphic design to construction, masonry. I could go on and on and on. I won't. But the Worcester Technical High School is a gem for this county. It really is. It really is. And I was just so impressed that one of the things, though, we got up there around 9 o'clock, and the awards ceremony wasn't until 6. So there was a lot of time for me to kind of walk around the tech center for Carroll County and to see what their facilities are. And I think what was interesting that we had already placed, and I'm sure this is correct, we had already placed in the category of robotics because no other high school technical school had a robotics classroom or team. Think about it. Think about it. Worcester County in robotics walked away with the reason or the goal that of going to national competition against all the other schools in in Maryland, including all of the big schools, big school systems across the Bay. So, like I said, if you get a chance sometime, check it out.
Dr. Ennis?
The 90-day legislative session has concluded. If you want to have information about the bills that the Maryland Association of Boards of Education was tracking, if you go to the Maryland Association of Boards of Education website, it's available to the public. You go on Annapolis Advocacy, click on it, and you'll go down through and find a PowerPoint. It's a summary. It's about 75 slides. It provides an overview of every single bill the Maryland Association of Boards of Education was tracking during the 90-day session and the results of the bill, whether it was passed or not passed or amended or whatever came out of it in a summary. So that's available on the Maryland Association of Boards of Education website. And so if you're interested in what happened over the last 90-day session in terms of education bills, that would be a good resource for you. Also, the Maryland Association of County Officials, MACO, also has a very similar website that has information about the bills that the Maryland education bills that MACO was tracking. You can also look at the results through MACO. So again, some of those bills still are on the governor's desk, and the governor has to make a determination, those who are passed, whether or not to sign it. So when you see a bill listed, it may not have been signed yet, so it may not become law until the governor signs it. But those are two resources for you to use if you're interested in the outcome in terms of the Maryland General Assembly's 90-day session and the bills impacting public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gordy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was in attendance recently. Hello. At that budget meeting that's been referred to a couple times here. And during that meeting, there was some discussion as to what the role of a Worcester County Commissioner is or should be. It is the view of this board member, and I believe most of my elected colleagues, that our commissioners should be stewards of the resources of Worcester County. A good steward uses the resources available to them to promote the good of those they are elected to serve. In this case, a good steward would be enthusiastically pursuing what is best for our students and staff. What can be done to ensure that our Board of Ed is able to continue its record of excellence? These stewards should be applauding the great work done by education personnel in working tirelessly excuse me, to recover from COVID, to ensure that every student in Worcester County is positioned to be successful, and to have our schools be in the leadership position that they are in. Worcester County is blessed to have more than enough resources to maintain and grow the above-average educational system that we have worked so hard to create. We ask our county commissioners to be good stewards of the county's resources and to adequately fund our budget so we can continue to produce an exceptional system for our students, our staff, and the county. I am aware that some of the county commissioners do currently share this view, and I encourage all of the commissioners to look to the greater good that can come of a highly successful educational system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, anyone else? I did want to make a comment. There's been some misinformation out there in the social media world about some comments that were made at the commissioners' meeting regarding our school activities fund. And I'd like Mr. Tolbert to address what our school activities funds are for, where they come from, how they're administered, and the fact that they are audited. Mr. Tolbert?
Sure, Mr. Bronte. Yes, last Tuesday at the meeting, the school activities funds were brought up, and it was implied that that's money that is available to the board to just take and use for operating budget, and that's not the case. Each school does have its own set of accounts. The funds there are raised through various purposes. It's donations, it's scholarships, it's gate money, it's money for field trips, all those things that happen in a school. The majority of those funds at year end are in the high schools because they have most of the activity. The responsibility of overseeing those funds are the school principal, and each school has a bookkeeper. The funds are maintained on QuickBooks, which is an accounting software. Every year, every high school is visited by the auditors every single year. The elementary and middle schools are visited on different years on a rotating basis. But every year, the auditors do look at the QuickBooks, accounts, records, reports, and also they review all the bank statements for every single school. Any findings that they have as part of that review and audit are shared with the school, with the superintendent, with the school principal, to let them know what the auditors found so they can improve on those findings. I have copies. I'm going to hand out to everybody before you leave today so you have it. Those funds are clearly disclosed in our annual audit on page 73 this past year. The auditor actually sits at the table with me, and it is something that he reviews with the board, that page that talks about the school activities funds. So they've always been there. That audit is posted on our website. It's public information. And also, in addition to the regular audit that we go through through UHY, Ms. Terry Searing, my finance manager, tries to go out and visit between 2 and 4 schools every year to review the financial transactions and make sure they're being compliant with our financial procedures and policy. So those accounts are being looked at. They are being reviewed by the auditors, by my staff. We've never had any issues, major issues. You might find something where a check didn't have 2 signatures, or maybe something without a signature on the supporting documentation. Very rare, but that may be noted. Nothing major. But when you have that much activity going through, sometimes things do get by. There might be something that's mentioned. Nothing major. So there are controls in place, not our funds. I'm not going to go back and take the scholarship money from Decatur High School or the football money or the field hockey money from Pocomoke. I'm not going to go and take those funds that are raised by those organizations for those purposes and donated by their parents for those purposes.
Right. So essentially these are restricted funds that have been privately donated by either parents and or communities or privately
funded, raised through gate revenue, through athletic events at the high schools, all those kind of things. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you clearing that up, and I want to follow up on what Ms. Anna said. Listen, you have, Mr. Tolbert, you and Ms. Searing, you have a very limited staff. So I think you did a yeoman's job at your presentation without having all of the ability to rely on other people when you were transitioning a new budget over to the county commissioners. And I applaud you for that. And I know that there were some questions that didn't go answered, but I can assure from this board and to the commissioners that all the questions will be answered, and that going forward we will have this budget in place so that it's the budget that they want to see and how it's presented to them, and we will continue to do that for them. So thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, Mr. Fronte. Thank you for that.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Smack.
Vince, I'd like to thank you and your staff. Like you said, you're working short-handed. And I think all the board members appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But I'm sitting here listening that we talk about Carroll County or Howard County or Caesar County. What about Worcester County? I put my pride in Worcester County. For what reason? The schools. We have blue ribbon schools and national blue ribbon schools. So my pride and joy is Worcester County. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. And now I'm going to turn it over to, if nobody else has anything, I'm turning it over to Mr. Taylor for the announcements. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, just a few before we close out today. On April 23rd at 5 p.m. at at Pocomoke High School, the Worcester County Public Schools Fine Arts Festival. Encourage all of you to consider going to that. It's a great evening to see what our young people do. On May 7th will be an important night, as it is the County Commissioner's public budget hearing. It's the one time that they take comments, so we would hope and get support for that evening. I've been going to them for 39 years. Sometimes they're long, sometimes they're short. It just depends, but it's something that is necessary, and we want to make sure that our voice is heard. It's going, good question, and I don't know if I said this, it's at the county office building, and it's my understanding, my notes say 7 p.m., but I think they've moved that recently to 6 p.m.
That's what it was announced, 6 o'clock is what I heard.
Okay, so it's 6 o'clock on May 7th. I thought that recently changed. It's always been 7, but they're expecting a little bit more than usual this year, so they have announced that they will begin that evening at 6 p.m., again at the county office, county commissioner's office meeting room. On the May 8th, it'll be a early dismissal for students. That's a Wednesday. It's our last Wednesday PD for the year. Again, that'll be a half early dismissal for students, again on May 8th. On May 13th, always a special event each year. I look forward to it. I know our board will look to it. Our Worcester County Public Schools Retirement and Service Awards will be held. A reception will be held at Worcester Technical High School. Again, that's May 13th for the early retirement and service awards. And then on May 14th, schools will be closed for students. I think that's the primary election day. And our schools are used for polling places throughout the county, not all, but many of them are. But we will be closed for our students, but it is a county-wide professional day for our professional staff. So can't believe we're talking about May, and with graduations and end-of-the-year concerts and award ceremonies and We Excels, We're getting ready to get geared up to be out just about every night, but it's an exciting time for our kids, our families, and our community. So look forward to seeing many of you there if meet your schedule. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. The next regular scheduled Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education Central Office, located here at 6270 Worcester Highway, Newark, Maryland. The open session will begin at 11 a.m. and immediately consider voting to convene to go into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 12:30 p.m. and the board meeting information is posted on their website, www.worcester.k12.org, located under board meetings/board docs. And now I would ask my board members for a motion to adjourn today's board meeting.
So
Motion
moved.
by Mr. Smack and a
Second.
second by Dr. Andes. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.